Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody?
Hi.
Oh,
We
boy.
we have great news. We're ready to be done today. Actually, ready to be done, and that even before lunch.
Oh, well, that is good news.
Yes.
That sounds like you are in a very collaborative mood.
I looked back at our proposal and I was like, "Oh my God, I am in such a good mood."
All right. Well, I don't see Deb, and I think we have to have her, right?
We do, and she will be joining us. She's gonna. I have the beginning part of it and some discussion, and she is going to be joining us just a few minutes late. So we don't need to wait on her. She had a call she had to finish up, so I know that she will be here very soon.
Okay, and I don't see Mr. Pendley. I do see the famous Amber Ryan, but I don't see Mr. Pendley.
Mr. Penley is also not going to be joining us this morning.
Okay. But like I said, the famous Miss Ryan is here to keep us
Of
on the
course.
straight and narrow. All right. Can you believe that Halloween is Saturday?
No.
That is crazy. But I guess the sooner we get done with this year, the better, right?
Well, that's what they tell us, but we're getting an extra hour this weekend. Right?
Yeah.
Didn't time change this weekend?
I don't want any more time from 2020. I want to move forward like about 4 months.
Yeah. Well,
What's wrong, Mr. West? We can't even get you to smile today. What's the matter? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Sorry, I was sitting here. I'm concentrating on some of this fascinating stuff that's popped up on email today, so I apologize. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see y'all.
Good morning. All right. Well,
Here we go.
if are you guys up and running?
let me check really quickly.
I see Jerry's on. We need to get our uh, groove on.
Let me check real quick. I'm going to pop on with my phone and check.
Sure. So we'll need to try to get our Facebook Live going as well.
I see Jerry on, and Adrian just texted and said that yes, we're up. So, but I do see Dave's audio is doing this number, so I'm not sure if that means we're completely live. Can Rachel?
David Tyndall?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there he is. He's connected.
Okay, good. So I think we're up and going.
Okay. So I guess we need to start so we're recording now, and the district YouTube is rolling.
I'm recording to the cloud, but the live is still saying preparing. I don't have much hope, but I'll keep trying.
If you want to make me a co-host, Tracy, I could maybe
Absolutely.
try. Or Josh, you could try. All right. Well,
Hey Josh, I'm gonna stop the live stream and then let you try and see if you can get it from your side. You okay with that? Thank you.
It's not giving me the option at all.
You may
Okay,
have to be the host only.
let me make you the host.
But if the YouTube is up and running, we can go ahead and get started because that link is there.
Yep, and Josh, I just made you the host so you can make me co-host back.
And Rachel, when you're ready, for the record, we can go ahead and say who's here. Lakita, are you ready with the note taking? Okay, thank you.
Are we ready?
I think we're ready.
All right. So we might be a small but mighty team this morning. I have myself, I have Mr. West, Dr. Raimundo, and Amber Ryan, and Mr. Cash. I expect that Ms. Polite will probably, oh, I
There she
see
is.
Ms. Polite joining us now. And Mr. Penley may join this afternoon if we're still going strong. And Ms. Muller will be joining us within a few minutes.
Okay. Are we good, Lakita? All right, thank you. Okay, so on the View team, we have myself, obviously, Tracy Butler. We have Matthew Lawrence. We have Barbara Hoffman. We have David Tyndall, Dr. Macklin. We have Lakita Howard and Paulette McKibbin-Shed.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so when we last convened, rereading the notes, I know that we departed with the conversation that you guys would take our proposal back and get some feedback. And so that's where I'd like to start today, if you're ready to share whatever feedback you were able to obtain.
Right, that matches our notes. We did think the ball was in our court. So I think our last direction was run it up the flagpole. So we did.
That sounds like something I would say.
We did take it up the flagpole, and I do want to give you the feedback that we received and then kind of talk about, have a real conversation, hopefully about where we go from here. And there's a lot of big decisions to be made, and I do agree with Ms. Butler's sentiment earlier that we want to have those decisions made as quickly as possible. Of course, we want to take the time to think them through and make the best choice for all of our teachers that we can. The last proposal that you gave us from View used not only the $10 million that was designated for us from the teacher salary allocation, but also required a significant amount of money from the general fund. And keeping in mind that if we pull from the general fund, it's not just pulling this year, but it's pulling in subsequent years, and will affect us long term. So what we are proposing, and what we have been directed and given direction on, is that this bargaining session is about the $10 million teacher salary allocation. And we're not going to be authorized to go into the general fund or contribute from the general fund to go beyond that. Now, we wish, and the district wishes, the board wishes, everyone I think wishes that the $10 million had been just allocated and we could be having a discussion about how to equitably divide that amongst all instructional personnel, and how to bring up the salaries of all instructional personnel, but they didn't. They sent it with a lot of significant strings attached. And that was the 80% go towards raising the minimum teacher salary, and that 20% of it can be used at the discretion of the district, but we have to bring up that minimum teacher salary, and that's how it was allocated to us. So we really want to talk about with the parameters that we've been given, what's the best way to divide that 20%, and talk about how do we bring up and be as equitable as we can with the money that we've been given. Because, we, like you, we wish that we could be in a different position. We wish that we could go through and look at the year, honor our veteran teachers more than we can with this money, but we were given very specific parameters. So, and at this time, we're not prepared to go into the general fund.
Okay, so that completes what you wanted to share.
Right.
Okay. All right, a couple things. First question, the authorization. So who gave that authorization? Who authorized only to use the TSA allocation? Who was that?
That was our school board.
So the 5 members of the school board stated that they only want to use the pot of money that the governor sent, not to dip into the general.
Excuse me just for a second. We actually did what you asked us to do and run it up the flagpole. This is the direction from the superintendent after discussing with the school board, and we're not going to discuss what was discussed in an executive session.
No. I'm not asking you to discuss anything or disclose anything that was said in executive session. I mean, certainly I understand that. But
Sure.
the point that I'm trying to make is I'm trying to determine, based on what I heard Tuesday night, quite frankly, from the 5 members of the school board, where the authorization is coming from. So I need to try to figure out if it's coming from Dr. Balgobin or if it's coming from the members of the school board, because the message that I heard on Tuesday night was very different from what I'm getting here. And on Tuesday night, as you know, because we were all there, Rachel, I think you were in the HR office, but Mr. West, you were in the boardroom, and we know what happened on Tuesday. But based on what I heard Tuesday night and what I shared from FEA, and I'm going to share some more information that I've obtained from FEA, is in fact districts, school boards there are no contingencies placed upon school districts, school board members that prohibit them from utilizing money within their general fund to add to the allocations for the salaries for the coming year. There are no handcuffs. They are not only limited to using what was provided by the governor. We're very glad that the governor provided this additional money, but we believe that, and we know that there are other school boards in the state of Florida that have chipped in money to make equitable salary increases for their employees. And so I'll read some of them to you. Brevard put in $1.4 million additional dollars. Lee County put in $7.1 additional million dollars. DeSoto, $500,000 additional dollars. Citrus County, $2.4 million additional. Hillsborough, I can't read what I wrote there, but Hillsborough, it looks like it could be 9 million, but they put in additional. My chicken scratch is hard to read. Dixie County, $60,000 additional dollars. Hardy County, $500,000 additional dollars. Glades County, and some of these counties are very, very small compared to us. Glades County, $50,000 additional dollars. Lake County, bordering county to us, looks like $78,000 additional dollars. Again, poor writing there, I was going fast. Highlands County, $250,000 additional dollars. Seminole, $400,000 additional dollars, a contiguous county to us. And we need to be paying attention to what these border counties are doing, because quite frankly, our veteran teachers are going to take a look at that and they are going to have options. And we've always talked about options because we don't pay very well. But anyway, Leon County, Tallahassee, $4 million additional dollars to equitably provide salary increases. Gulf County, $85,000 additional dollars. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So just right now, I rattled off 13 other districts, and there's probably more. I'll reach out to FEA and I'll ask that we do a survey of local presidents, and I'll get the numbers, and I can send it to you in a spreadsheet if in fact you're interested. But what districts across this state have recognized is that the conversation that was held back when this whole thing started about raising the floor was a great conversation, and it was a great PR move by those in Tallahassee. But what was given, and we talked, and the board members, articulated this Tuesday night, what was provided to the districts at the end of it all didn't allow for equity across the employees in the instructional bargaining unit. And certainly nothing was given for support, which is another conversation. But the PR around what was done was really great, but the reality still disadvantaged everybody, you guys and us, the board members and the acting superintendent. We're all behind the curve here. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a way to make this as right as possible. Okay. And so to hear the board members speak on Tuesday night, and then to have the conversation that we've only been authorized to use the 10 million, and it's really not even 10 million, it's a little short of that, is very disappointing. So our proposal had a total cost of 13.6 million, right? 13.6 million. So if you really look at it through a clear lens, 10 million of that 13.6 has been provided by Tallahassee, by the governor. So truly, out of the funds that Volusia County has in the wallet, we're asking for $3.6 million to help make those that are in that 20% pot have an increase that will hopefully retain them in Volusia County schools. Going back to Tuesday night, beautiful presentation done by Christy Mahaney. That girl is on it, and I know she's going to help our district recruit fabulous teachers. But what wasn't discussed, and what I think is equally and probably more important, is the fact that we need to retain the folks that have been here. You know as well as I do that every time a new teacher that we bring in leaves, it costs us more to bring somebody back in and train them and get them up to speed to hopefully keep them in Volusia County. But if we don't do something, if we don't chip in a $3.6 million addition to provide our veteran teachers and those teachers that have demonstrated loyalty to Volusia County schools, a decent salary increase, I'm telling you, they're going to go to Lake, they're going to go to Seminole. I didn't even tell you what Flagler did. Flagler's president wasn't on the call. They're going to leave us. And that's just a fact. So we're asking really out of Volusia County's pocketbook for 3.6 million. We've shown there's 17 million sitting in the fund balance. 3.6 additional dollars is not a lot to ask for.
Are you ready for us to respond to that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Elizabeth, we hear what you're saying, but I heard something. I do have a couple of questions when you say what you heard at the board meeting, because I was listening in the HR offices, and Mr. West was there. And one of the points that you made, I heard what they said as well. And they talked about the $10 million allocation, and they talked about the inequity of it. And I think we can all agree on that. I don't think that there's anybody disputing that the way it was distributed is not exactly the way we had hoped it would be distributed, and that we agree that local decision making is very, very important. But I also heard very clearly at the board meeting a commitment to be very financially responsible. I heard a long portion of the board meeting about not wanting to go into the fund balance, not wanting to make sure that we are financially responsible with how we spend these funds. And I did not hear a desire to go that we should spend the fund balance, go over $3 million into our fund balance. And I think, when Deb gets on, we can show again, because there's been a lot of talk about a $17 million set aside, as if we have $17 million sitting there unallocated ready to use, and that's not the case. However, I also want to point out, you mentioned teacher recruitment, and teacher retention, and we can talk about teacher retention because that's something very near and dear to my heart. I'm writing a dissertation on teacher retention studies right now, and we do want to be able to retain them. And I think if we continue to spend the money that's in our fund balance and continue to not allocate for these future raises, we're going to have a problem with teacher retention. I think that there's two sides to that issue. So I'm going to ask, I don't see Deb on the meeting just yet, but we can talk when she does, we can talk about our fund balance there. What we really want to try to do is talk about how we spend and how we allocate this 20% as fairly as possible.
Okay, so a couple things. So, the young man came up and he gave the legislative review, right? And I don't know what his name was, that young fellow. He had his nice PowerPoint, and he was talking about, he went through the TSA, and he went through the 80-20. He said things we all already know, right?
Right.
But what he also said was that the LRB, and they're making their preliminary plans. They're making their preliminary plans, I guess, for next session. He said there was $500 million that was allocated to the LRB already. So he, in his conversation, led me to believe that that money has been set aside at this point, and of course we're a long way from the end of session for next year. But he led me to believe, based on what he shared, that that money has been set aside again for the 21-22 school year. That's there right now. And again, so just going back, yep, Rachel, we are all in lockstep that this plan is not equitable. No one's going to disagree. We're all there. So what we're asking is for Volusia County Schools to make it right for the employees. You talked about being fiscally responsible. I think part of being fiscally responsible is to ensure that you retain your instructional staff. And I mean, if we want to start looking at individual things, I don't think it's fiscally responsible right now, when we have 98 or so instructional vacancies, to be hiring on an administrative person to do social media. That's not fiscally responsible, but we're doing it. And I can tell you, as when you talk about not going into the fund balance, and I can ask Matt to pull up those numbers. And we know that the increase to the BSA this year, which has been always used for salaries, was 2.5 million. So if we use the increase to the BSA, we're asking for 3.6. We take the 2.5 that was given additionally in the BSA. Now we're down to 1.1 million. I'm sure we could find that. So we believe that the money is there in a variety of formats. But in a minute, I'll ask Matt to jump in. But there's something I want to share with you, because I know now that you're in HR, that you are looking at the numbers of vacancies and who we have in which positions, and retention and recruitment is important to you. But I want to give you this to think about. There are 484, based on the information that we have, 484 teachers in Volusia County with 25 or more years of experience. These are the people that are currently looking at the 1.3% increase that was offered in your last proposal. These are the people that are looking at maybe like a $600 salary increase, right? These are the people that are still making less than someone was earning in their position in 2006. So if we do a comparison, 14 years ago, people with 25 years of experience were actually making more money than people in those positions or with that level of longevity right now. Everyone else in the district is making 20 to 30% more than somebody in their position, because as we bring in new hires, as we bring people into new positions, they're afforded a competitive salary for 2020. but classroom teachers who have stuck with Volusia through the years and weathered all the storms, and we understand about, 2008, we understand when things get tight and we chip in, right? And we're chipping in right now during a public health crisis, just like everybody else is. But the people that have been here the longest are comparatively earning the least. And this proposal that has been given by the district puts them further behind. And so all we are asking for truly is a minimal contribution of 3.6 million to offer them something that is somewhat respectable, and we'll keep them here. Because if we have even half of those teachers, if we have 242 teachers, veteran teachers say, I've had it, that's enough, we're going to be in serious trouble. I got an email today, a middle school teacher with 20 something years is done. She's done on November 3rd. So, I mean, we've got to do something. We've got to do something. Matt, did you want to add any part of the conversation about finances?
I mean, it's not anything that's not new. That's like what's in the fund balance, the 13.6 million, the BSA allotment, which I actually think I've been underestimating because I'm using like 58,000 students. I think there's actually more students than we anticipated. So it's all the same things that we've been saying. Just to kind of go back with what Elizabeth was saying about the veteran teachers. It's unfortunate David Tyndall couldn't be with us. He had a doctor's appointment, but him and his wife both have 25 years plus experience. I think David said he was at 31. That's kind of what Elizabeth was saying. Is like they have given 25 years to Volusia, and they're getting 1.3% increase versus someone like me. And I'm happy about it. Like I'm getting like a 14% increase because I've been here for 3 years. And I understand that 80% is outside the district's control. They have to distribute that, and that's what it is. All we're doing is saying, let's use the BSA that we've always used, between 2.5 and 3 million of the BSA, and then the remaining of that coming from the general fund.
Is David not on?
He's at the doctor, so he's probably listening, but
Listening, but
can't.
not on. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because I had.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm spinning in his chair because he wants to talk. Yeah.
I have something to add too. When, if ever, has the district said, thank you, governor or legislators, not governor in this case, thank you, legislators, for giving us more money on the base student allocation, because we know that there's been times where they haven't given us money. When does a district ever say thank you, and now we're going to hoard that extra money, which is above and beyond what we received the year before? We have fewer teachers than we had last year, fewer folks than we had last year on payroll, and yet we're not going to dip into that whatsoever. I think that argument would maybe be a decent argument if you guys had a 3% fund balance, but you don't. You have nearly a 9% fund balance. That is the community's tax dollars. And I think that if the community understood that the board is now saying, or Dr. Balgobin, one of those two, maybe all of the above, is actually saying that this year we're not going to go into our savings account. We're not going to go into the extra money that the legislature gave us to educate children. Your taxpayer money, folks, in Volusia County, we received money from you. We've given it back to the district to educate your kids, and we know that this year has been HELL for every single instructor and education professional out there. But we're not going to do anything about that. We're just only going to use the earmarked money that we received from the governor. That is a smack in the face to your veteran teachers. That is just saying we are not concerned about making you whole. We are not going to do anything differently. And what would have happened if you had gotten nothing? Did you not intend on? And then what about these admin on here? I'm hearing that admin and district level people aren't getting a raise at all then? because you'd have to
Okay.
dump into
Tracy,
jump.
do you want me
jump
to
in.
answer your questions, or are you just going to keep asking questions? Because I have
Well,
some
yeah,
that,
right now
I
I'm
mean,
kind of making some points because I think our people need to know.
well, I don't think you're making accurate points though. So I
Oh,
kind of
okay.
have some questions back to that. And
Sure, go ahead.
I don't know when, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to understand when it's appropriate to come in. Because
No,
But
absolutely.
before you answer though, before you answer, Rachel, and I want to hear what you have to say. I think Tracy makes a really good point there. So what is going to happen to our admin friends? Because we only have TSA money that was allocated for instructional.
That's right.
You got a couple admin on here right now, so
That's
goodness.
right. I'm sure they'd love to know, and I'd love to know that too, but I don't have the answer to that because I know that what we're trying to do right now is look at instructional staff, and we know that admin is not going to get discussed or does not go before the board until after instructional staff has been settled. So that's not something that's been discussed or is being discussed right now. So I don't have an answer for that.
So our support professionals are going to starve. And our veteran teachers are all now having brand new teachers come in and leapfrog over and get a lot higher raises than them. And they're going to get 6 to 8 years experience added to their salary that they didn't work for. And don't get me wrong, I think every one of the teachers need a much larger raise than we're able to give. But I guess my point here is that this comes down to one single thing, and that one single thing is Volusia County School Board and Dr. Balgobin is not going to give money to veteran teachers out of their savings account that they do have the money in. So that's what I just want all of our teachers to know.
Well, and what I would like everybody to know, Tracy, is we've come to the table to try to really discuss this and hopefully come up with some solutions. But when statements like what you have made are put out there and our words are twisted, it makes it very hard to have those conversations. So if we want to have a conversation, I'll be glad to, but let's base it on facts. Because some of the things that you said, quite frankly, I would question. When you come in and you say, we have less teachers than we've ever had, what is that based on? Because I have the numbers of teachers that we have. And the fact of the matter is we have over 3,000 less students than we projected to have or that we had at the end of last year. And we've cut 24 positions. We didn't cut any people. We cut 24 positions. Nobody has been cut. No one has been laid off and no one has lost their job. But we have 3,000 less students. That's 3,000 less students that we will be getting FTE funds for. So
That's not accurate, Rachel. That's not really accurate. So, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if we're going to talk about accurate facts, let's make sure everything we say is accurate. But keep going.
Okay, so you're saying we're going to be fully funded based on our projections.
What I'm saying to you is the emergency order stated that through the fall FTE, the funding would be preserved. And there has been no indication out of Tallahassee that any funding for the 2021 academic school year is going to be reduced. So we have no facts to support what you're claiming right now. And I want to just point out that you're right. We do not have as many students that have enrolled, but how do we verify that the projections are really the correct number?
Well, we can go off of the number of students that we had the last day of school at the end of the year, if you'd rather, because they're very similar. The numbers, the bottom line is we still have thousands of students less than what we did have at the end of the school year. And to make the statement that we have less teachers than we've ever had before is inaccurate. That's not true.
So let me ask this though, it's just to clarify. So to make the statement that we have less teachers may not be accurate, but let me ask this. As far as allocations for classroom positions, do we have less allocations for classroom positions than we had last year? Because I remember in February, there were 119 instructional units that were cut. And I know that there have been some reductions, and I understand the reductions that have come recently based on the 9-day count. But there were 119 reductions of instructional positions that were made last February. So I just, for my own understanding, I want to make sure that I understand if we have reduced the number of classroom or where are we? Have we reduced?
So you're talking
instructional?
brick and mortar classroom positions.
I'm talking instructional units, I guess.
We reduced by 24, I believe was the number. I need to verify that number, but it was in the 20s.
After the 119 that was reduced in February.
Correct.
So
Exactly.
really it's 123.
I'm not sure of the one. Tell me the 119 that you're referring to that we reduced in February.
So remember in February when the instructional positions.
In February, I was at South Daytona Elementary. So
I know.
No, I don't know.
See, and that pitching in, I know, like everybody's pitching in right now. I get it. So in February, the PAR program was cut. So those instructional positions were lost and they were sent to schools. There were some coaching positions that were cut.
So you're talking district level positions.
I'm talking about instructional allocations though, because they all come out of the instructional budget, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, but those were district funded at the district level positions.
But they are all included in the instructional salary pot. And so when you say that we have not cut any instructional, that's not accurate because you have, right? Those
well, I'm talking about, I apologize, Elizabeth, then I misunderstood what we were talking about. I thought we were talking about as a result of the student loss, which is what we were talking about. As a result of the student loss of this school year, what have we cut? We cut 24 positions, not people, but positions. And I didn't realize we were going back to February when we did a reorganization of our district. And I think we're mixing two different things, and that's going to get very confusing. In February, there was a reorganization of the district level. And as a result, positions were changed, positions were shifted back to brick and mortar. And honestly, I'm a little surprised that that's being brought up. And I didn't realize that's what you were talking about with 124 unit instructional positions. And I'm a little surprised to hear that because what we've heard for the last several years that I've been a part of this is that the district is very top heavy. There's a lot of positions at the district has too many. And so when we made that shift to put them back in schools, it surprises me to hear that we're cut those units. So
right. And what I was trying to refer to is those folks are members of the instructional bargaining unit. So I'm trying to determine, the way that they're paid. So, they would be considered in the pot of money that's available to pay instructional personnel. Unless, of course, they're part-time funded through Title I or something like that. And
no, they would have been grant funded through other grants, not Title I, but they were grant funded through other grants.
All of those positions.
I don't know without going through 124 names and telling you the funding source, but I can certainly find that out. But yeah. I can tell you if we're talking about
PARs,
coaches, yes, we are. I can tell you if we're talking about PARs, yes, we're talking about grant funding.
But not all of them, maybe.
So I want to make a couple of clarifications because I'm looking at an email that I got from you,
Rachel.
Rachel.
Can I finish asking the questions that I had about some of the things that you said? Because
yeah, I interrupted.
Honestly,
I'm sorry.
I am confused about that. When you say we have a 9% fund balance, I see that Deb is on. Deb, is that accurate? We have a 9% fund balance?
I think I said nearly.
Okay, well, Deb.
Deb, you're muted. Good morning, by the way, Deb. There you go.
Deb, I can't hear you. Is it Elizabeth? Can you hear?
No, I can't hear.
There we go. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, now you guys went away. All right. Sorry, I've got two unmute buttons. Okay, good morning. Sorry for the delay. When you're talking about the nearly 9% fund balance, what you're really referring to, Tracy, is the unassigned and the assigned fund balance. When you talk about, and that's the financial condition ratio, which the state looks at. So the assigned fund balance has numerous categories of funding that is set aside for specific programs, including there's CAPE funds, there's advanced placement funds. All of that comes into general fund, but it's for specific purposes. It doesn't mean that it is unrestricted. Our unassigned fund balance is what's truly unrestricted. And I saw that you did have in your fund balance exhibit that you gave to us that you had hidden the this year's budget funding. So, and which shows that if you took 5%, we'd go into the negative for our unassigned fund balance. But what I want to say is that when you see that we only have the unassigned fund balance in our budget, the assigned gets rebudgeted. So every year, all of that money that's in assigned fund balance gets rebudgeted as a possible expenditure because that money is to be expended. And it doesn't all get expended every year, or there may be different categories that fall in. But, to just say we have this money and you can spend it, we had almost $11 million of that 9% that you're speaking about set aside to balance our budget for this year. So that's not available money. I mean, you're just saying all of this money is available to spend and you can spend it on salaries, and salaries are a recurring expense. No, we cannot spend that money.
What I'm saying is budgets reflect your priorities, and obviously your veteran employees are not your employees, or not your priorities. And I'm sitting here looking at records requests that I have requested from you. So to say that I'm not telling the truth, I'll read the records request that I got on your enrollment. So it stated that the 1920 anticipated enrollment was 63,239, but the 2021 anticipated, and remember these are anticipated, and when you use words like anticipated and proposed and all of that, that's where I don't live in that world, because I look at your actuals. I take a look at what you actually budgeted or spent last year and then the year before, as opposed to what you budgeted. And so then you go over and it says that there were for the 2021 school year, you had anticipated that there would be 61,457, and then you state on August 31st there actually was an enrollment of this year of 61,483. Then again on September 11th it went down to 61,444. These are all numbers that you've provided for me. I'm just regurgitating your numbers, and the same goes for the retirement list I asked for. The retirement list I asked for is several months old, and it has 50 people alone on that one. So, and I know for a fact we've had several more since then. And that, like I said, that's from that was early October, I believe. So those are I'm using your numbers.
If you're pulling enrollment numbers, also those September numbers, remember September 20th is our date when we pulled our did not enter students. So those enrollment numbers on that date would be who was enrolled, but we did do significant withdrawals after that.
Do you have that
same thing.
number,
I
Rachel?
do. It was in the board presentation, and I'm pulling that up right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
and also don't mix up FTE with enrollment, because enrollment is everybody that's enrolled, but FTE is who actually attended and what they're funded and what we're getting in funding for them.
Our enrollment as of 10/22 was 58,353, and that does include Volusia Online students who do not get the same amount of FTE as our brick and mortar students.
And we get nothing for kids that go to FLVS.
That's
No.
correct.
So if our
That and
teachers leave, if our veteran teachers leave and we don't have anybody to teach our kids, some of these kids might end up saying we need to go to FLVS. We got to find a way to keep our teachers.
Well, and one of the other things you just said, Tracy, was about the retirements. You know, we have seen, I don't have the exact numbers because they're coming in daily. I've just sent up some more of the retirement incentive. I mean, we did have some people retire because of the retirement incentive that we agreed on, that was declared at impasse. So we do have some people taking advantage of that. However, that does not mean that we're not rehiring for those positions. Those aren't eliminated positions. We still are going to be putting teachers in those spots if they were current classroom teachers.
Yes, but when a teacher goes out at the top end of the salary schedule and then you rehire at the lower end of the salary schedule, that is a salary lapse. That is money that you are saving in what compared to what you paid in salaries the prior year.
Well, and again, that goes back to how many of those teachers had we already budgeted for salary lapse? And how many of those teachers have large payouts when they retire in their leave, in their accrued sick leave? So, you know, we have terminal leave expenditures. I mean, just because we're replacing somebody at a lower salary, yes, there is savings, but there's also expenditures that are related to that.
And those expenditures are in your budget.
And
I've
some
seen
of
them.
that, and some of that we budget for that savings already. That's what we talked about with the retirement incentive and those people that are in drop.
Matt, I saw your
We
hand
use
go up.
historically the numbers for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of go in with that same vein of that was part of the reason why we excluded those from drop with over 36 or over 40 months because it took four months, but we excluded those in drop because they had already been budgeted and the district wasn't going to realize those savings. So the only people that are using the incentive are people who the district has not budgeted savings for at least 2 years because they're not in drop already. That's my understanding.
That's
So
correct.
that's 2 years of savings or salary lapses that would be otherwise 2+ years. 2+ years of savings of salary lapses.
That's correct. But we also look at historically, because we always know there are teachers that retire that we haven't necessarily budgeted for because they weren't in drop. So, you know, we look at teachers that may have 30 years. I mean, we look at that historically because we can't track everybody. We just know the ones that are in drop. But again, going back to what we showed was we have terminal leave payments too that have to be paid out when those teachers retire. So if you have an excessive number of teachers this year that decided they wanted to retire and they have a lot of terminal leave built up, their sick leave basically that gets paid out, that's an unanticipated expenditure that we have.
Can I ask a very basic question? And then if it's irrelevant, Matt, just keep going. So what I'm hearing you say, Deb, is, you know, we're looking at additional payouts that weren't anticipated, additional costs that that you would have to realize. What about shifting the perspective and figuring, is it worth spending $3.6 million out of the general fund or whatever source you have to spend it so that these folks want to stay and they don't retire early and they don't have to pay out the terminal leave and we can get them to where we start to anticipate those savings lapse? I mean, it seems to me that we're going to pay one way or another, because if we don't come up with the money to make it reasonable and feasible for folks to want to stay here, because before you got on, Deb, we were sharing how some of the other counties in the state have added to their TSA allocations in order to make things a little bit better for their veteran teachers. You know, I think we have to make it a choice, and I think it's really and again, it's very primary to me. We either pay now or we pay later, right? We can pay now, and we can keep our folks and keep that the master teachers who have longevity that are helping to groom these novice teachers into our future master teachers. We can help keep those folks in place and bring a little bit of stability back to the district, or we can pay later when all of these folks leave And we're not only paying out monetarily, but we're paying out with the deficit of knowledge and the vacancies and all these other ripples that are going to be effect of that pebble going into the pond.
Well,
Matt, I didn't mean to interrupt what you were saying, so.
can I just address that? There's 2 points to that, Elizabeth, that I just want to make. Is I think we all agree that this is an unusual year and that many of these teachers would retire regardless of incentive or not because of COVID. They don't want to be in our schools teaching. I mean, I think we can all agree that that's part of the issue. And I also and I also think that if we're not saying that we don't want to support veteran teachers. We're saying that financially we have to stay within the pot of money that we have, and we've done our homework as well to see what districts have given money, and the majority of them haven't.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad that you want to support the veteran teachers, but there is no, and I tried to mention this on Tuesday a little bit, but there are no constraints or prohibitions to school boards adding additional revenue to the TSA allocations that have been given by the legislature. I read off a list of 13 that I was able to capture quickly when local presidents were meeting of districts that have added from their general revenue to the TSA allocations to make things right for the teachers. So there is nobody saying no, you can't, with the exception of the acting superintendent and the school board members. And so I think that when we talk to them, and some of them have been teachers before, some of them have friends who we're talking about, right, who are going to be affected by this. We're asking for an additional $3.6 million added to the 10 million that was given by the legislature. It's not, it's 3.6 million. That's what it is, right? So it's like what? A little over 1% of the general, it's a little over 1%, right? And it's going to do so much to help folks stay here. It's a 1% contribution to help make things a little bit better for the folks that have been loyal through the years. And it's not something that's outlandish. We're trying to be really reasonable. We didn't come in and say, oh, we want a 5% increase, 10%. We're trying to be reasonable here, understanding what we're all facing. Oh, anyway, Matt, did you want to jump back in? You're muted if you did.
Sorry. This is gonna back it up like 5 minutes. It's gonna go back to the retirement incentive and the terminal leave payout. So the terminal leave payout is a one-time payout. The salary lapse is then realized for, as I said earlier, 2+ years. So you're having a one-time payout that in some cases is pretty large, right? Like that's definitely true. But you're gaining savings for 2+ years, unrealized savings. So again, I understand, like, and that's kind of what I showed during the last bargaining session thing, was that, like, yes, the costs are there right now, but that salary lapse has, and so that's going to help pay for that reoccurring cost that we're asking for with salaries. Is the terminal leave one-time payout, salary lapse, you gain in savings for 2+ years, depending on who's been taking the retirement incentive.
Right. And again, going back to the fact that we don't know what's going to happen in the second half of this year, as well as we don't know what's going to happen to next year. And we talked at length about the fact that we can't spend the money now and then have it be a recurring expenditure, not knowing what is going to happen for the rest of the year. And Elizabeth, you mentioned, I think it was you that mentioned that we are guaranteed our projected funding. I mean, Tracy says she doesn't count on projections, but you all are counting on our projected funding to be whole. Well, the fact of the matter is that our family empowerment scholarships increased by about 400 students. So we're going to lose that money that we don't have budgeted for. We're also not guaranteed the funding for the virtual students. So if the virtual students don't complete, we're not going to get that funding. It doesn't matter if we're going to get less money. We're not going to get any money if those virtual students are not successful at the end of the year.
Well,
And
and Deb, I get that. I mean, I know, and we're just reading from the emergency order. We're reading what the governor put out, where they said that they were going to keep those funding.
I have talked about this numerous times,
Yeah,
but
I know. And we
obviously
know,
you're just reading from the order and not listening to me.
well, you know, Deb, I do value you. You know that, I hope. And we get in these predicaments and have these conversations, but it doesn't mean I don't think you're great, because I do. But the whole point is I can only go by the evidence that's been presented. And the evidence that we have that's concrete right now is the language that the governor put out and what he signed, right? Everything else is speculation. Nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody can tell what, look, we might not be here tomorrow, all of us. Nobody knows. And that's very, over the top kind of statement to make, but we're not guaranteed anything. But
Then
one
why
thing I
would we
can tell
spend
you,
the money when we're not guaranteed it? You're
this,
acknowledging we're
this,
not
this,
guaranteed.
if, let me just finish what I was going to say.
Sorry.
I don't think that I understand about being prudent and fiscally responsible, because I travel in that lane too. But what I want to continue to point out is this. If our teaching staff, if our veteran teachers, the folks that make or have over the years made Volusia County great, if they decide this is no longer worth my while, because I can go to Seminole, who gave 400,000 additional dollars into their TSA allocation. I can go to Lake, who gave, I don't know where my paper went. I can go to Lake, who gave 78,000 additional dollars. I didn't even pull Flagler. I can just cross the border and I can go to these other districts and I can come in and not only probably get every year of service credited to me, because we know our veterans are behind with years of service. We get that. We've dealt with it. We don't like it, but we've dealt with it. But not only can I get every year of service credit owed to me paid, but I'm going to get more money because they added additional revenue in. And so when our teaching staff leaves, yeah, you're going to have the children eventually leave too, because they're going to end up at Burns Oak Hill. They're going to end up at all these charter schools. They're going to end up using those family empowerment scholarships, because the people over the years who have established who we are, they're not going to be here. Our new teachers are fantastic, but they have to learn their craft to become master teachers.
Can I just go back to the numbers that you're talking about from, so Lake, the reason why they added 85,000, I have that in front of me, is to fund their non-FEFP pre-K teachers. We've already talked about that. We're adding money to that too, because we can't legally take that money from the teacher salary allocation, because they're not funded by the FEFP. So those, we're adding money already for those teachers. That's what Lake is talking about. I have Brevard, they did give money, but they also had more money. And we have Hillsborough, nothing. Indian River, nothing. Manatee, nothing. Orange, nothing. Osceola, nothing. Pasco, nothing. Polk, nothing. Sumter, nothing.
Well, Polk
that's
is
because some of those are, some of those haven't settled and they're in impasse.
A lot of them are at impasse. So,
well, that's what I have. That's the most recent information I have, but that's factual.
Well, but it's not, but you know what? Perhaps it is factual, but it's not the whole story. So it's factual that they haven't added anything because they're at impasse. I mean, come on, Deb, let's do the whole story, right?
Well, that's all of the information that we have. There aren't a lot of districts settled.
But
yes, I'm admitting, yes, they haven't all settled, but Lake has settled and they didn't add any more money.
Yes, they did.
No, they added money for their pre-K teachers that are not funded, and they can't be funded by the 80% or the 20%. We already said we're funding those teachers.
But
so I should put that money up on our spreadsheet then, that we're funding pre-K teachers.
And you're funding pre-K teachers out of the general fund?
No, out of the funds where they're paid from.
And what are the funds that they're paid from? Where's that?
The funds that they're paid from is from the, it's in general, but it's actually funded by the VPK.
So it's not, so it may be tucked into the general fund, but it's not something that Volusia County has to generate. It comes from.
It's not, but I didn't say that. You're saying that because holding Lake up, you're holding Lake up is giving more money. I'm telling you, they're funding it from the same sources.
But Deb, here's the point of what I'm trying to say to you, Deb. And I'm not interested in Rawl. I know you're not
I'm
either.
not, I am not
I
either.
know. The point is, I want us to be very, and this goes back to things that we've been saying all along. Truth and transparency. Let's be transparent and tell the whole truth about the situation. And if we can get to the whole truth about the situation and everyone agrees on what the facts are completely, then I think it gets us closer to the resolution. But when you say that Lake's adding money to fund their pre-K only, and we're doing the same thing, and then when we ask clarifying questions, listen, I worked on Charlotte Danielson, that questioning component, many years, so that I could get to be a little bit better than proficient. When we ask those deeper, clarifying questions, then we find out, well, yeah, we're using a different source, we're running it through general, but it's not that dedicated taxpayer money for salaries, right?
I told you that at the last session.
Well, I don't remember that,
Well,
but we're
I'm sorry,
talking about
but
it right
I
now.
was totally transparent when we were looking at Matt's numbers. So
Right.
you asked me where the funding was from, and I told you. And again, I'm not interested in arguing about this. I'm just saying that, the things that you and Tracy and Matt are pointing out, that there's two sides to the story, and that our budgeting is in line with what a lot of other districts are doing, realizing that we don't have an idea of what is going to happen. Now, the other thing that we talked about, and we can continue to talk about this, but I think we pointed out that based on the 44,428 base salary, that we actually would be putting in additional money from our fund balance. So we talked about recalculating that back to what it really should be, because we initially used the May file of teachers. Now we're using the September file, which is what we provided you with, and that there are more teachers at the lower end of the salary schedule, which actually means we can't spread it out as much, as close to the 47.5 as we had anticipated. So the district can either put that money into that base salary, or we can talk about maybe putting that in for veteran teachers. But that's the money we have to work with. And, we can talk about and argue about the finances all day, but that's the money we can talk about. We're at the table to talk about the 20% and what you want to do with it.
I'm just trying to digest what you just said. So I think what you just said was that you've recalculated based on the initial numbers that we talked about. And Matt, I see you're probably working on this right here. So do you have different numbers for us? Do you have, since you went back and used the September file instead of the May file, you've realized there's more folks at the lower end of the scale. So that to me means that more money would have to be put in to get everybody at the 44,428, or are you moving the 44,428 lower? Are you reducing that, or are you sticking with that number? Deb.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, because what it sounded like to me was that the original file that you used didn't have enough teachers in it. So are you going to stay with the 4428, or are you going to reduce that because there are more people there?
It had enough teachers in it. Just had the May file, and then we know that teachers left, and then we hired new teachers, and so we must have hired more teachers at the lower end of the salary schedule that now fall into the 80%. So spreading the same amount of money over more teachers at that lower end makes the base salary lower. Okay.
So what is it then?
So what we talked about was that it was the 44,335. We talked about that. Matt and I discussed it at the last bargaining session. And we talked about looking at that. And I don't know, Matt, if you had the opportunity to do that. I think we have some discrepancies between the files that we're using, only because of those pre-K teachers and possibly some of the coaches. So I think you came up with a little more money that would have to come out of general fund to get us to the 44,428. But once we start discussing where you want to go with this 20%, then we can talk about some of the differences. We'd want to go back and rerun the numbers once we talk about specific numbers. And I'd rather, and I know that everybody else on this bargaining team would like to get to this point instead of arguing over our fund balance.
Well, let me just make sure. And your number now is 44,325?
335.
44,335.
Let
So-
me say that we've been, and I said this last time too, but DOE is telling us that we have to spend the entire amount of money. So I don't know what's going to happen when we show what we spend and if it comes out a little bit differently because the file that we use is now different from what we're actually paying. But I know that at some point we're going to have to make some kind of adjustment unless DOE comes back and says, oh no, if you already said this is what you agreed to with your bargaining unit, then you roll that over or you send it back. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Again, they're working through it as we're working through it because it's a new statute. But
Right.
we're
Well-
looking at 44,335 would be what we could do based on that September file, which is the same file that Matt was working from.
Okay, so we're talking about a $93 difference from the 44,428 to the 44,335. 93 bucks. So, okay. So I mean, for our messaging purposes, I want to make sure that I've got the right numbers that we're given to folks because, and I see you, Matt, I'll be really quick because we've been using the 44,428 and you've got some people that earn 44,408. So they were looking at a $20 increase.
Well, under the 80%.
Yeah, they would still be in the 80%.
But I'm saying in the
But
80,
now they shift to
but then you wanted to bring those people up to a minimum of 2%. That was your proposal.
no, that we believe that's the law.
It's not the law.
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying. So the goalpost of 44,428 last week, 2 weeks ago, was going to cost the district more than the 80% allotment.
Correct.
Yes.
Which is what you showed as well, right?
Yeah. I think part of that was when you originally came with that number. I think your percentages were a little bit off. Let me go look what it is. The 17.716%. I don't know. I think there was some discrepancy there. But you're right. The part-time and the part-time teachers and the pre-K. Like I tried to eliminate as many as I can. So what you're saying now is that we can continue to use 44,428, or we can lower it to the new number and use that savings, which is like $200,000,
Mm-hmm.
and put that back into 20%.
Yes.
So you're saying that no matter which number we use,
Well, it's not out of the 20%. It's general fund money.
gotcha, because you'd already exceeded. So and how much do you have it being, like $200,000 difference?
I think I had it. I'd have to double check. I don't know if I have it up right
What
now.
was the number? 44,335?
Yes.
But didn't you just tell, and I'm sorry, again, I feel like the gnat, but didn't you just say though that the board and Dr. Balgobin said not to use any general fund money at all? And now we are using general fund money?
I don't know what was said before I got on. I'm just telling you that was money that we were that we are able to use. That's it.
Within the budget that we've already presented and the proposal that we've already presented beyond that amount. And I should have clarified that before.
It's 250,000 including benefits.
Yeah, I got 280. So that's the small differences with the teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is we have now $280,000 of general fund that we can add into where we want to add it. But you're still under the impression that we do not have to pay 2% to everybody under 47.5.
No, we don't.
So what happens, Deb,
Well,
if
it's not actually under, I'm sorry, let me just say this before I forget to say this, because it's important with what Matt just said. It's not the 47 and a half, it's where you ended up. So if we end up at 44,428 or 44,435, it's anybody that got any of the 80% money that didn't get a 2% raise. We can use the 20% to give them a 2% raise from that 20%, but we don't have to. It's not part of the mandated legislation.
Right, and so and we're still under the impression that not only do we have to have 2% for everyone who didn't get 2% to that minimum, but also even up to the 47 and a half.
Yeah.
So that's just, we're gonna.
I've confirmed that 5 ways from Sunday with FAD's legal counsel, with our legal counsel, with Ben legal counsel, with DOE, Mark Eggers, Suzanne Pridgeon. We don't have to.
Could you share that with us? Because our confirmation has shown us something different.
I don't have it all in writing. I mean, we have continued conversations, and I've clarified over and over again, the statute is how the statute reads. And that's what DOE will approve our plan on.
Well, I've got 641 right here, and I'm looking at it, and on pages 8 and 9 of the 13 pages, it talks about each school district shall use its share of the allocation to provide salary increases as funding permits for the following personnel. And it talks about full-time classroom teachers, plus certified pre-kindergarten teachers funded in the FEFP who did not receive an increase or who received an increase of less than 2% as specified in the General Appropriations Act. Then it says it doesn't apply to substitutes. I don't know. So what, let me just do a hypothetical. So what if there is a plan created that does not give everybody under the 47.5 a 2% increase and it gets rejected? Is the district then going to be able to come up with that 2% to make those folks align with what we believe the TSA law says?
No, the district would have to come back to the bargaining table and renegotiate it.
But the solution is the 2%.
What, to give that 2%?
Yeah. If the district does not provide, well, let me.
No, we would come back and bargain it.
District. I got to stop using words like the district.
Well, you're saying that it's going to be out of the 20%. So the 20%, it has to be bargained. So we would have to come back to the table if our proposal was rejected. We're not submitting our plan at all until the district reaches an agreement. That's what we've been told legally by DOE. Do not send us a plan, even if it's your proposal. Do not bring that forward to DOE until you've reached an agreement with your bargaining unit. So what that tells me, if we send it up and say, yep, we reached agreement, then we will have to go back to the table.
Well, we want to reach an agreement. We do. So 3.6% additional, we're done. So Matt is showing you what I was referring to.
Okay, so move up a little bit. Okay, so it says, in addition, each school district shall use, well, go up a little bit more because this is the 20%, right?
No, because it talks about, all right, well, we can read it together.
Yeah, so it says, in addition, each school, go ahead and scroll down. Each school district shall use its share of the allocation to provide salary increases as funding permits. And then it talks about the full-time classroom teachers that didn't receive it, or.
No, not the ones that didn't receive it, because it says as defined, right? Those are the ones that were defined in the statute.
Yes, under the 2%. Mm-hmm. And then other full-time instructional personnel is defined. Yes, we have clarified this. I'm not going to sit here and argue. I'm telling you that I have clarified it 20 ways and with 20 different people. And I don't understand why, if you want that in writing, FEA can't get it in writing from DOE.
Well, FEA has clarified it as well, and we believe that everyone should receive that 2%. We have our legal
Then
position.
that would be your proposal with the 20% is to do that.
Well, I believe we allocated for that 2%, right, Matt? Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
that's fine if that's what you want to do with it, but we're just saying that you don't have to. It's not mandated.
Well, part of what we proposed in our proposal that stated that no member of the bargaining unit would receive less than 3.5%, you're paraphrasing, of course, would have included, those 2% folks would have been included in there, right? Because we're asking for 3.5. So we make sure that we not only meet, but exceed that a little bit. So that's where we were, wanting to make sure that once we do agree on that and submit it to DOE, that we are good to go and we don't have to worry about it being rejected.
Well, we're confident that it won't be rejected if we follow the language that we're saying is accurate.
Well, what else is there anything else right now that we need to cover? I got nothing. Okay, well then I guess we are where we are. So to summarize, we believe that we are asking for a reasonable, we've presented a reasonable request, requesting that the members of the school board and Dr. Balgobin provide an additional $3.6 million to the $10 million allocation that has been provided by the legislature to ensure that at least a 3.5% increase is afforded to all members of the bargaining unit, which would work to help retain our veteran teachers. Of course, not understanding that they're not going to have equitable raises, but at least giving them something that would hopefully retain them. And we believe it's feasible and we believe it's reasonable. Anything else that we need to add, Tracy or Matt?
I think I also want to be clear because I am unsure who I'm even bargaining with. I mean, we bargain with the board. I'm not understanding how Balgobin is having any influence in this decision or making recommendations. We bargain with the board, so I'm unclear. So
No, you're bargaining with the board's bargaining team, which is us, and we're here to do that. So I'm sorry that if you need clarification on the bargaining process, we can certainly get Mr. Penley to provide you with that. But
Mr. Penley has yet to provide me anything I have any faith in. But with that said, I just want to make sure, and I've said this before, who our people need to be upset with.
again,
Do they need to be
Tracy,
upset with the board or Balgobin?
Have respectful conversations, and I don't really understand the snarkiness or the sarcastic comments that keep coming out. But let me clarify what I just heard Elizabeth say and what we were prepared to do. We were prepared to come to the table today to talk about how to spend the money within the allocations. And what I'm hearing from Elizabeth, and we're prepared to go to caucus, to go back and look at what we have and how to allocate that money in the most equitable fashion possible and come back with a proposal. But what I'm hearing you all say is that unless we come back with a proposal that goes into the general fund at $3.6 million, you are not interested in any proposal that we have.
That's not what I said.
Okay, great. Then how would you like us to go back? Before we went to caucus to come back with a proposal, we wanted some input from you as to how you would like that divided. So if you are interested in us going to caucus and coming back with a proposal, then we'd be willing to do that. However, we wanted some input from you. Are you looking at percentage increases, a flat rate? What would be your recommendation when we go back and look at that proposal? Or do you want us just to go back and come back with something?
You're supposed to just give us a proposal. I don't understand why this is difficult.
I
A
understand why you don't
proposal
want
that
to
we
give us
can
input.
actually
We don't want
talk
to waste
about.
our time or your time, and we're asking for your input.
We
But
gave
what
you
I've
a
got in
huge
front of you
spreadsheet.
is of less
We actually
than
did
that,
all the work for you.
6 million.
We did.
Okay. So I guess we'll go to caucus. We'll come back with an offer for you all, and we can disagree on who's done the work, and hopefully we can have some respectful conversations when we come back.
Can I ask one thing? Because I guess I didn't hear it last week. So because now that we're looking at 44,335, and Matt, you can nod if you want to. Do we actually know now that, do we have different numbers that we're now working with? I mean, because if we're at 44,335 there, and I heard there was a 250,000 without benefits, 280,000 with benefits addition from the general fund, or that's wiggle room within the allocation. Oh, see, this is what I need clarity over.
No, so what Ms. Mueller was saying is that if we drop to the lower salary, it gives us, I think she came up with $250,000. I came up with $280,000. So it gives us about $250,000 to
continue
be,
to distribute.
to distribute however we feel like it.
Okay.
Unless we go to the 44,428, then that's not on the table.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. All right,
And
how long do you
the
think?
250 includes benefits.
And I got 280. That's just because I have some FTEs, like the hat part-times and stuff. So it's about, it's close to the same number, very close to the same number.
Right.
Okay, so Rachel, how long do you think you would need? We're gonna probably do some calculations as well, right, Matt? Yep. So it's what, 11:20-ish?
Yeah.
You want to meet back at 12?
Sure.
Is that enough time?
I'm looking at, yes, I got at least one head nod. Thank
There
you.
you go. Okay. All right. So we will see you back at 12. Will we just stop the recording and then just jump back on the link? Like just stop it and then everybody jump back on? Because I noticed one thing. I think the last time, we had 3 off-on sessions, and I don't think that we were able to capture the last part of it, at least on the YouTube channel.
We'll go back off and come back on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you at noon. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and I have what you sent us the other day, but I don't know how you've changed that since what you sent.
I don't know that he did change anything. Did you change anything, Matt?
Well, I've changed it now because I went in and added in those salary bands.
Okay. Well,
It's a live document.
yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so why don't we do this? So it sounds like there needs to be some calculations run with looking specifically at the number of people in each band. We've got some initial thoughts, but I think what we probably ought to do is take some time to really go back in and run these numbers and then come back at another time with more specifics, right? And then that would also give you time, Deb, to do some fine tuning as well.
Yeah, that's fine. And if I find any that, I guess, Matt, if you could send me yours, and if I compare them and I find any that, for instance, are in your file in a different spot than in my file, then, we can reconcile that as well.
But I want to make sure, though, that that piece that we talked about where Matt did his mathematics on his whiteboard, though, that's definitely a concern. And we'll work to create a suggestion that corrects, or proposal rather, that corrects that.
Yeah.
So that, yeah. Okay.
I also want to get us to one that we're going to all use, and that's the one we're going to use. If we all agree to land on something and that snapshot is the one we use through the whole bargaining process, we get that it's going to tweak itself because people come and go, but it'll work itself out in the wash. We got to land on something we can all agree to.
It's not a matter of using a different file. I'm using the same file, but my file was a summary versus Matt used the file that had all of the teachers, who asked me for a list of all the teachers, and that's what we provided you. But we were trying to get in the range, and like I said, when I started this, it was back in May. So to get to the teacher level, I've got to go back then and use your file and pull out all the teachers at, for instance, our VPK teachers, because then when the state sent their requirements, it broke down the teachers further. So whoever's, instructional versus or classroom teacher versus non-classroom teacher, you have to break that down further. So, some of our requirements for what we need are not the same what you are looking at by each teacher. So I'm fine with working on it and working through the numbers and coming back and seeing what you have, how you want to look at those other people.
Okay. Anything else we need to, David, did you want to add anything? No? Okay. Tracy, Matt, we're good? Okay. All right, then when might we be able to get back together? Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to meet next week. It's just next week is a lot going on.
Shoot, I have a lot of time next week.
Dang.
Well, the 10th, we have a board meeting and a workshop, so that day is for sure out.
Yeah, that's true. And that.
How about Wednesday, the 11th?
I have something on Wednesday, the 11th and the 12th. I've got Monday, the 9th or Friday, the 13th.
Well, listen, but that could be our day. It's 2020, y'all. It could be the day. But actually at 9 o'clock, I know there's a group of friends that meet on Fridays at 9. And then I have something from 9:30 to 11:30. And then something again at 4 on Friday.
All right, so the week of the 16th.
So are we not trying to move things around, or, I mean, because I think probably everybody has stuff on their calendar. So are we trying to meet that week and move things around, or we just keep going? Should we just keep going? Because we're going to run into Thanksgiving pretty soon.
Well, did anyone check the 9th, Monday the 9th? I could do the 9th.
Could do the 9th.
I can do the 9th. I have an in the afternoon proposal.
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
the 9th is the first day of wrestling season, so I would have to leave at 3. I'm the only coach. There is no other coach. It's just me.
Can we do 11 to, oh, you're at 3.
11 to 2, Matt, if you.
Yeah, that's fine. I just gotta leave by 3.
By 3, okay.
Actually, even a little bit earlier would be great because I gotta mop the mats.
You have to mop the mats?
Those are facts.
Oh, boy.
If you want to take a portion of this fund and build me a wrestling room so I could leave the mats open overnight, then I would greatly appreciate that. It costs about $100,000. We don't need electricity.
Mainland's got one of the coolest athletic complexes I've seen.
We do. We have a phenomenal gym, but I have to roll the mats out every day and mop them.
I know. Every school has to. I've known a number of wrestling coaches, and you're right, it is.
Oh yeah, but Volusia's, I'm the only one without a wrestling room. Every other school's got one dedicated. So, like I said, if you want to build me a little, I just need a tin shelter out there. I don't even need electricity.
The allocation.
What'd you say?
20% or the 80%?
I think the governor earmarked the 80% towards wrestling room.
I think that's capital money. That has nothing to do with this.
All right, so 11 to, let's split the difference. How long do you need to mop? An hour? Want to go 11 to 2?
Yeah, 11 to 2 is fine. I just, 11 to 2.
Okay.
I'll
So
sleep here about 2:30. That works perfect.
All right, we'll eat a good breakfast then. All right, so 11/9 from 11 to 2. Okay. All right, well, thank you, everyone. I think this was a good meeting today. I hope you guys do too. I think it was good. I think we made some progress today, so
Okay.
yay us.
We'll see you at 11/9.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see before then, but.
Yeah. All right, bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.